Good morning. Hi. um, all praise the show. That's me. I'm the Shota Lord. Look at me. Everyone look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Hi. I'm a little anime character. I'm fictional. And I'm 14. If you want to fuck me, that makes you a pervert. But also it makes you correct. Hi everyone. Hello, good morning. Let's say hi to everyone. Oh my god, I gotta remember to click off of YouTube Studio because scrolling chat still does that. Okay, there we go. Good morning, Eve. Good job on getting first, dethroning Caro as the most eager dog. Well fucking done. Good morning, Eve. Good morning, Caro. Better luck next time, I guess. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Mochi. Blah. Aaron, do you specifically wait until I start saying hello to everyone to fucking throw something at me? Whatever, the coffee is nice. Hi Mochi, hi Glom, hi Temper. I believe that's everyone here for now. Temper, stop. Why? If I miss anyone, feel free to yell at me and I will determine in the moment whether or not I care. Hey gang, today is Friday the 13th. Today is the 13th of Friday. Today is the 13th of Friday and the day of the week is June. Hi Zach, welcome in. It is the 13th of Friday and that's an auspicious day. It's an auspicious and important and beautiful day because it's a spooky day, according to, some pretty outdated social norms. But because it's a spooky day, I was like, you know what? I was going to play Vampire today, but what if I played an actual horror game? Not a game with horror elements, a game with horror aesthetic, but a scary game. So anyway, I looked around for an FPS psychological indie horror game. Some real indie slop that we could enjoy. And I found one called Blasfemia. And I say slop so lovingly because I don't know, it might actually be legitimately good. But even if it's not good, I will like it. Yay, jump scares. There likely will be jump scares. And I'm going to be very clear. I'm not against jump scares inherently. I think a jump scare can be good. It is rare to find like one that is good. There are ones that get you, sure, but they can get you without being good. Anyways, I'm going to switch us over to our gaming screen. Today we're playing Blasfemia. Friday the 13th, a cat crossed your... Toko! Welcome in! It is a symbol of my bad luck on this bad luck day that you're here. I'm joking. Relax. Don't get triggered. I can't joke about cats because of woke. Yeah, today we're playing Blasphemia. Fucking everyone's throwing. Do you want me to finish my coffee ASAP? Okay. This was one of those games. Okay, first off, some immediate praise for this indie game. I was able to click away from it and unfocus the window, and it stayed running. How gorgeous is that? That's so rare for an indie beat right now. A survival horror indie beat, a psychological horror indie beat rarely has that. So wonderful. The downside is the music kept playing, so I had to open my volume mixer and turn it off. So let's get that back on. There we go. I'm gonna move myself down and over a little bit so we can better see what's occurring. Okay. Blasphemia. From what I understand, this is a spooky nun game. Streamer mode on. Oh, so I don't get copy struck? Yeah, sure. We're streaming. Oh, she has vagina dentata. I hope everyone has vagina dentata. Even people who are physically male. Well, this is a strong opening screen. Ma'am, Your hands are so wet. Do you have anointed knuckles? Like, do you see how shiny? How shiny? Anyway, settings. Yeah, oh, you freshly washed. That's right. She just didn't dry it off. Okay, what am I looking at? Show FPS? I kind of want to show FPS, but not that badly. God, this menu actually sucks dick. Hold on. Ah! That took so long. The Dragon Age moisture shader. Okay, let's see. That's fine, that's fine. I want to limit my FPS actually. I'm not a real gamer. I think 60 FPS is perfectly fine, and anyone who says they need more is a liar. No, it's an evil nun. Oh, you just mean a nun? There we go. I don't think the human eye can make up more than that. I've seen people make claims that 70 and 80 FPS are important for reaction speed in like really high level play, skill-based reactive games, and I believe that. But as soon as you break 100, you're just sucking your own dick at that point. It doesn't matter. Sounds sweaty. Yeah, for real. I hope I can access my settings here, like in the game. Let's do it. Let's get in here. The 240 FPS self-suck is a technique. We perceive reality from our senses, mostly from what we see, but if you're told your eyes are not to be trusted, could you settle your mind about what is real and what is not? Okay. So this is a game about doubting the sanity of the player character. Got it. I thought that opening bit was about frame rate. Yeah, it's like, are you sure? Are you sure 60 frames is enough? Hey, you ever think about how like it's frames per second and it's like your computer could theoretically drop like 40 frames in the first tenth of the second and then be choppy for the remainder of the second and it would still be the same number? And would your stinky little human eyes would notice that? Okay, E is interact. That's good. Research scrap B. Okay, so this is one of those games where if you hold tab, your cursor shows up and then you go over and click. Has some angels and elements written on it. Seems like there's a correlation between them. We just woke up in this bitch. Okay, if you hold if you hold left click, you zoom. Okay, I was looking at chat. Did I? There was an audio beat. In fact, did you guys hear that little bass drop of like, hey, something just happened? Because I'm determining if I should increase the output gain. Okay, cool. I'm going to increase the output gain. It's very quiet in here right now. I'm hitting F in case I have a flashlight. I don't have a flashlight. I'm having trouble walking on this rug, and I feel like there might be some geometry there. Oh, hey! Infinite love on the wall. Okay, so as is the sans affaire of indie horror psychological thriller games, this obviously is you're the dad and you killed your family and you're in hell. You're the dad, you killed your family and you're in hell. And you know how I'm certain of that? Because this is a PT fucking hallway. This is clearly a PT fucking reference with like, ever since Silent Hill PT happened, every single video game has a hallway that it has this little recession and a thing on it with a radio. Can we be the mom who killed the families in hell? Women's rights. Women don't go to hell, Caro. You take that shit back. I feel like I'm a little blurry right now. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Hell is a boys' club. No girls allowed. Okay, I can't read that. State of Sao Paulo. High School Reginaldo Nogueira de Faria, Avenue Coquito Natal. With coordinates? Oh, it's number 29. For some reason, I'm like, that's like N degrees. Student suspension. We'd like to report student Clara Fernandez Hoffman, enrolled in the 9th grade, class 200, was suspended for the period of 7 days, counted from 1909. That's September 19th, due to violent behavior against other students, which represents a serious violation of a school regiment. We'd like to request that the parents or responsible meet us as fast as possible. Okay. So Clara popped off, is what I'm hearing. Clara popped the fuck off. Someone left it saying, "I'll be late, order pizza." Okay. You suspended and obviously murdered your wife for that. Yeah, it's all coming together. Hey, everyone, you need to make sure you're up to date on your kitchen appliances. You gotta have your stove and oven. You gotta have your microwave. You gotta have your music box locked. You gotta have a nice sink and an up to size fridge. Resident Evil 2 vibes, definitely. Hi, JC. From the music box, definitely. Picture of Clara at the age of 2, 1999. Okay. Younger Mariana. Mateus, high school graduation. Mateus at research site. History poem of Mateus Hoffman, Sao Paulo. Okay, so we're a historian probably. I like that someone actually drew these photos. Yeah, they're quite nice. They all got no face. It's got to be hereditary. No, it's actually like circumcision. Culturally, they cut off your face. They get a moil in and everything. Clara at age 4. Ah! Toko! Was my joke that bad? Wedding day, Mariana Mateus. Okay, all right. So Mariana Mateus are the parents of a single of an only child. I notice I have a lot of points. Yeah, get rid of them. Don't redeem praise. Ugh. If I had to say something nice to you, I would die. Okay, well that's a key I'm gonna need. Research scrap A. We got 2 of them now. It says something about a password with 3 slots. Some angels and elements. There's a correlation. Okay. I'm saving for that. Fuck you! Do not force me at gunpoint to say something nice. Oh, that one of those was a hydrate? I'm sorry, I'm so used to getting shit thrown at me. Blah. It's nice coffee today, by the way. There were donuts in the hospital lobby. Ah! Toko, did you not just say you were saving? Oh, I can't leave. I can't leave my own house. Classic psychological horror indie game. I can't leave my damn house. One last one for the road. Of course. Starts playing Freebird. I'm not picking up items because I don't want to trigger anything until I'm familiar with the space. Like, I know as soon as I read this, that radio is going to turn on. Ooh. Hello? This is awesome. This is Abuelita. So let's see. We know what horror games are like, right? If I turn around, there's going to be a scare, right? Huh. Is there writing on that? That looks like just bump mapping and smudgery. No comment on these filler images. All right, let's read the fucking thing. Okay. Dear Mr. Mateus, about your complaints of the sudden power outages, I regret to inform you that until present date, we weren't able to identify the root cause. I know this has been a hassle to your family, but I'd like to ask again that we conduct another investigation in the interior of the apartment with a professional designated by the condominium. Here's provided contact information, Davi Correa. The technical visit details are up to the family. We did not discard the possibility that the root cause is within the building's power grid. However, due to the consecutive failures resolved in the manner, we run out of options. Okay, cool. They've been having issues with power outages. Start doing the SpongeBob double take 5 times. Don't forget. Oh yeah, because sometimes they. What if I spin? Okay, wait. Clockwise. Okay, cool. Sometimes you gotta go clockwise. Man, she's awesome. I like her. Why they got a baddie up in that wall? Picture of a young female. I can't read the description. You can't read the description. So you don't know. Are you? So is the player character part of the family? Okay, I can't turn that on. All right. The hell is that? What if you are the nun? What if I'm the nun? What if there's no comment on the portrait of me because I'm a badass like that? What if that's just a weird mirror? What if I'm the guy who's here to check the power grid? Seems fine, I'm going home. Parents' bedroom key is what I just picked up. Okay, items will auto-use. Now I need to remind you all that the direct feed that you're getting in the stream has higher brightness than what I'm dealing with. So if I'm not noticing something, it's because I'm looking at a screen much darker than yours. For reasons. Yeah, the power grid is fine, but your house is kind of haunted. You might need to call some ghost regulation services. Oh, you mean Ghostbusters? We don't call them Ghostbusters. It's trademarked. It's copyright. You know, it's like you can't say fired. You have to say we're going to let you go. What accent was that? It's the one that came from my heart, Caro. I'm missing a key for this. "15 years, Clarina? Clarinia? Joyzy. Yeah, probably. I can't turn that over, can I? Okay. I can't open the closet. Who locks their closet? Layers of stupid. Oh. Hold on. I'm like glancing up at OBS so I can interact with this. And there's not even anything in here. Hello. Keypad 1. A loose key with the number 1 inscribed on it. I'm missing a key for this. All right, is Girly Pop here? No? There we go.
Aconteceu na meia-noite de quarta-feira. A esposa havia chegado tarde do trabalho e estava visivelmente irritada. Segundo testemunhas, uma discussão fervorosa entre pai e mãe aconteceu minutos antes do assassinato brutal.
Oh, wow.
Os passos da vítima lutando pela sua vida eram acompanhados pelos gritos do pai, repetidamente a chamando pelo primeiro nome. A única filha do casal interviu na altercação.
Yeah, classic.
Muito cara. Relatórios sugerem que antes de atirar a própria filha pela janela da sala, o pai quebrou os braços e pernas da esposa. Antes que ela sequer pudesse gritar de dor, estrangulou o seu pescoço. O corpo da mulher foi encontrado ainda naquela noite, dentro do refrigerador da cozinha. A filha morreu no momento do impacto e o estado do corpo sugere que o pai a tranquilizou, alegando que tudo não passava de um jogo. Enquanto estava com a guarda baixa, foi empurrada de surpresa para o seu fim. Relatos de vizinhos ressaltam que a relação entre os membros da família não era boa. Era cotidiana a rotina de discussões que frequentemente acabavam em brigas. A filha era introvertida e não conversava muito na escola. Nos seus pertences pessoais, a polícia alega ter encontrado materiais que sugerem interesses macabros. Outra família em uma cidade vizinha teve um fim trágico no mês passado. Um homem teria utilizado uma arma de fogo para
is this related?
a esposa e os 2 filhos mais novos. Em ambos os crimes, os autores eram pais. A polícia afirma que não há relação entre essa onda de casos, mas que há a possibilidade de existir conexão com algo maior, como a taxa de desemprego.
Okay, and I just heard a thump. Refrigerator. Yes, Papa. Good job, Glum. Yes, I hear the noises to my left, game. I need to talk to chat for a minute. I hear it. Okay? So here's my situation. What do I want to say? This is so... Oh, bye, Toko. Have fun at the lunch rush. Indie horror game says, I have a new horror game. Yes, right, exactly. What if a dad went crazy and killed his wife and daughter and brutalized their corpses, and then we trapped the player character in a nightmare surreal version of the apartment in which it happened? What if we did that? That would be revolutionary. That would be novel. Now, what I think is interesting though, because we have to give this game the benefit of the doubt, right? Sometimes in order to poke fun at or dissect a genre, you have to start out like you're taking it at face value. So let's be gentle for a moment and say this. I like that it mentioned a different unrelated nearby case, because this could be them saying this isn't a you're in hell for killing your family and you're a bad person game. This could be we're telling a funny ghost story about a ghost nun who's making dads kill their families. Right? Like that could be an interesting little swerve that we're heading toward. Now, the game has been repeatedly making soft little noises to my left. And I'm gonna turn that way and we're gonna see what's up, okay? Bam! Nothing. But we've been invited to look at the fridge, so... Nothing? Damn. Oh, something slid under the door. Okay, well, I'll look at that in a second. I also want to look at the window, because allegedly the child was thrown out the window. No, okay. And yes, this is Portuguese. This game looks like it takes place in Brazil. It's probably a Brazilian team. Here's some more lore about how we killed our family. You got a crouch to pick it? I do. There is a crouch. It is a toggle. Fabio Cavalcante. Questions about religious symbology. Family as well, thanks for asking. I hope your wife and daughter are doing well too. I'm surprised with your interest in archangels. Usually Michael is the one who's portrayed as a warrior, but this doesn't imply that the other archangels cannot fill the role as well. For example, Gabriel's painted by a Renaissancist as a gentle figure. However, there are reports in the Old Testament that he had a major role in violent campaigns against demons, and that is the reason he is feared mainly by the Order of the Serpent, which is one of the 7 clans of hell. I'll gladly lend you some books about the subject. How about you pay me a visit tomorrow at 20 o'clock? Dove, who's your favorite archangel? It's obviously Michael. It's obviously Michael. Because Flaming Sword? I'm sorry? Flaming Sword that guards Eden? Hell yeah, dude. War? Love it. No, I'm gonna... I can't access that. I can't use my cursor while I'm in this reading style menu. Where it says here the shit about, okay. Old Testament, campaigns against demons, Order of the Serpent, one of the 7 clans of hell. That doesn't sound familiar to me. I'm not going to rule it out because, like, studies of religious texts and scriptures are very deep and convoluted. But that does sound like that was made up for the game. Gabriel being able to fill the role of a warrior, that makes sense. Even though Gabriel is the messenger and the annunciator normally. But this, like, 7 clans of hell thing, that sounds like they made it up for the game. I love that crouch as a toggle. The idea that that would exist somewhere in religious text is not crazy. What is crazy is that it would be in the Old Testament. That's a little too weird and specific, and like that sounds like something that should have happened after Paradise Lost. Which archangel has the best pussy? I kind of think Uriel. Just going with my gut. It just feels like a modern idea. Yeah, it really is. I love the r/male living space living room. It's fine. Would a family of 3 live here? Not likely. But it's fine. Oh, hey, is the light on? I didn't do that. Oh. She shut the door on me, gang. I'm in a timeout. Oh, I got the cross. Okay, cool. Cross with a round shape in its back. Bought it from a house decoration store. Can I go here? No, I'm missing a key for this. It's sparse, but it can't be my living space. There's a rug and a table lamp. Exactly. Okay, the game might be wanting me to repeatedly try the door. Oh, I guess the door just closes sometimes. I have a cross now. Does this matter at all? Got it. Now the game has mechanics. Hey, there's a face on the wall. Oh. There's whispering too. Oh, I'm supposed to be finding crosses. Got it. What's this? Maybe I can move this painting? Ooh. Positions for more crosses. Okay, so that seems to be the mode of the game. I'm hunting crosses. I don't know why, but the cross is not the thing to keep this nun away. Hey, if I were a ghost of, say, a carpenter, you could scare me away with a hammer, because I do not want to keep working after I die. Collectibles! We've got collectibles, gang. We've got optional collectibles, motherfuckers. What object would scare you away? Well, I'm never gonna be a ghost because I'm never gonna die, is the thing. So, that's a moot point. Nothing could scare me. I'm kind of a badass. I'm kind of a raw, hard-ass motherfucker. Jesus. That was really well timed. You probably couldn't hear it, but my socks scrambled on the floor. Oh, right, left. Voice recorder. Cool. We'll play that in the radio in a minute. Okay. Let's do it. Wah. Oh, hydrate? Okay. Second right. And left. Nothing? Let's do it again. Right, left. Ah! Stop! So mean to me. I'm gonna just do a bunch of rights. Okay, so that's clearly not what I need to do. Old voice recorder, give clarification. You state this on his field trips. Fine. Oh wait, should I consider those half turns? Let's try it. Right, left. No. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time with the door open. 1, 2, 3. No, okay. And an ad break is coming along, so I'm gonna see you guys in a bit. And welcome back in. We have gotten ourselves to a nunnery, as it were. Right. Right. Yeah, it's whatever it is, that's not it. Can't open my own shower. I hear whispering. Ah, spooky face. Something broke? Something break out here? Shower needs a key, obviously. Yeah, I don't want anyone breaking in and taking a bath. Hello. Gotta crouch. That's wife photo. They eliminated wife photo. Hi, girly. Cool. I'll follow you in the dark. We stand her, TBH. Yeah, I love her. Oh, that's what the mirror was about. Right, right, left. Cyan ace key. Oh, that goes in that other funny box. I've got her all figured out. This radio's about to start bitching, huh? Oh, hey, do I have a light after all? Okay, well. You're gonna clean my bones? Thanks, Aspen. No one's been doing that. Oh, she was right next to you. Yeah, I saw. I like how I didn't turn all the way, and so I just saw her in my. I felt like, you know, those pictures, those framings that you'll see in like music videos where like two people are singing and one person's looking dead on and one person's like singing right in their ear in profile. That's what it felt like. I felt like she was like, "Hello, white boy. Welcome to Brazil." Infestation. That's a killer line at the start of a saw contraption.
Vai pedir pizza. Pega pedaço, vai. Já tem dias que você não tá comendo direito.
Você não vai me subornar com comida, pai. Vai por mim. Você ser um cuzão é o que tá me fazendo perder a fome.
Vamos tentar de novo? O que aconteceu na escola?
Eu não tive nada a ver com aquela menina.
Filha, eu falei com seus professores. Eles disseram que você anda bem estressada. Tem certeza que isso não tem a ver com a sua mãe? As coisas não estão legais entre a gente.
Pai.
Principalmente o papo do divórcio.
Olha pra mim. Eu tô falando sério.
Clara, eu tô tentando, mas tudo indica que foi você.
Eu
Não
sei,
tem mais pra
só
quem
que...
apontar o dedo.
Eu sei, só que... Pra condenar alguém, vocês precisam de evidência. Não tem testemunha. Ninguém consegue nem provar que eu encostei nela. E a menina nem lembra de ter me visto na hora. Mas ainda assim, todo mundo tem certeza de que fui eu. Parece que quanto mais isolada eu fico, mais força essa coisa ganha. É a primeira vez que ela me segue até a escola. Ela torceu o braço daquela menina como se fosse um graveto.
Parando pra pensar, mesmo que você tivesse motivo, você não teria força pra fazer um estrago tão grande. Tá, você não tá brincando, né? Isso tá acontecendo mesmo.
Eu tô te pedindo ajuda há mó tempão. Não ia ganhar mentindo pra você.
Me desculpa. Eu tô do seu lado, tá bom? Me ajuda a entender um detalhe. Esse quadro, ele tá no fim do corredor. Quem machucou a menina tá dentro daquele quadro. O que acontece quando essa coisa tentar fazer o mesmo com a gente?
Essa é a parte que tá me deixando sem fome.
All right, this game's going in a good direction. This game's going in a really good direction. To your left there is a chicken sandwich with sriracha. You must eat the whole thing with... Okay. TV turns on. Hello, white boy. Welcome to Brazil. To your left there is a chicken sandwich with sriracha. You must eat the whole thing with no milk. Good luck. I have tied your ass to a couch that's on fire. The fire will spread to you, but the sriracha will be within you. Which flame can you handle? There is mayonnaise on the sandwich, white boy. I'm not a monster. You also got to be looking in stupid places if there's any collectibles. You know? Oh. Another cross. That's not what I was hunting for. Hurting pizza means the nun eats pizza, I get it. Yeah, it's pretty cerebral when you think about it. Silver cross. Just as the FPS counter's been there. Yeah, it's been there the whole time. I could turn it off. I want to keep it on just in case anything happens. I have it capped at 60. It was going at like 300. I'm like, I do not need that many frames per second. Okay, remember, we got to be looking out for little bobbleheads, because that's like the ore collectible that everyone likes. Also be on the lookout for funny little faces on the wall. And, crosses. I can't reach that. I'm not tall enough. Guys. Ah! Ah! Surely if I meow and yell at it, someone will come get it for me. Ah! Ah! Oh, cool. Wait, was this? Okay. Okay, so this... I'm not looking. Fine, I'm looking. Oh, it just creaked a little? Bella just wormed her way over on the couch. Good kitty. Okay, so yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. But I want to say that this looks like a demonology symbol, one of those seals that like represents a demon's name. Just want to note that. It doesn't look familiar to me. I don't think this is one that exists. Cool. So that was a really cool stomping behind me moment. You use little rotate symbols in the mirror. Yes, I did. It was for a music box key. Again, I'm not really sure putting crosses up is what we should be doing to protect ourselves from a nun. Yeah, there was a cute little moment when I was walking back to turn on the lights that there was like a stomping behind me that was getting louder. And I bet if I turned around, I might have hit a kill state. I probably should have. I like horror games where they just put you in a nasty little dark box and make you look for stuff. Oh my god, come out! It's Pride Month! Come out! No one's in here. No one's in the closet during Pride. Ooh, scrap C. Says something about a woman named Diana. Apparently she killed herself a long time ago. Rip Diana. The nun strikes me as a homophobic lesbian. Pretty cold read there, JC. Okay, so we need one more keypad key. And then, of course, we'll need the code. At least 2 digits of it, because I know it's 3-digit and we could brute force it. Aha! Collectibles, baby. Remember, guys, my screen is a lot darker than yours, so if I'm missing something obvious, you have to tell me legally. Okay, still locked. Hi. Yeah, this... Listen, I have a cool little pewter coin set that's every demon of the Ars Goetia, the Lesser Key of Solomon. This looks so much like all the symbols on the back, but not a specific one. Like, they probably made up a demon. They're probably going to steal a demon's name that has nothing to do with what's going on in the game. They're going to call him Hasmodai or something. That's usually how these things go. They just kind of pluck a name from somewhere. You wouldn't make up a demon. I wouldn't. Not without letting people know. If I made up a demon, I'd come up with a name for him too. One that wasn't already in use somewhere for a demon. Tasty pills. Doves OC, do not steal. Do not steal! Inferno! Where have I seen... Inf? I don't remember where I've seen Inf. Oh, Infinito! Scuffed Myers-Briggs test. Cool, here we go. And then we're gonna get nunned? No? It's none of my business. That was a cool door. I liked that door. No, take me back to the door. No? Bedroom again? Oh, she was in there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were in there. The devil is not in this house, Eve. It's a nun. Literally the opposite. The devil wouldn't come here. There's a nun here. You've seen nuns. They're creepy. The devil wouldn't come here. Sorry, my Latin American genes possessed me, became an old Christian granny. The devil wouldn't come. No. If I had my way, the devil wouldn't come. He'd be trying. He'd be desperate for days. But I wouldn't let him. Okay. Can I come in now? Are you done getting dressed? No? Alright. Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Oh. Alright, fine. I'll turn on the lights again. Did you play first in the Cat Lady trilogy? I haven't played any of the Cat Lady games. They're actually on my list. I don't know if I'm going to get to them before my hiatus starts, unfortunately. Really? Wait, you have the lights off to find the symbol door? Maybe. No. The door is not. Okay. If the lights turn off again, I'm just gonna walk into the hallway. Cool. Hello, Chiquita. Oh, we can get in here now. Great. Why am I allowed in here? Can I hide in here? No? Oh, there's a key! So mad at me. Hey, there's one thing I can't fucking stand. It's people who slam doors. Like, get over yourself, dude. I don't like when things are not about me. Oh, good night, Gloam. See, I need the lights on because I need to fucking know where the hell this key goes. Inferno! Oh, are these? I can't look at your games? Can't look at your movies and games in your TV set? That's fucked up. The lights gotta be off again? I'll do it. Do they got a Nintendo GameCube? They got an Inferno GameCube. A Nintendo GameCube even. A PlayStation? Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let me just make sure this wasn't a multi-lock box. Sometimes they do that in video games. No? Okay. So I gotta be looking for a fancy box with a pink diamond on it. Because that's Resident Evil shit. We already read that. Okay, we're gonna turn the lights off again and check this other door. It's interesting that they're having this light turn off thing be in our control now as a player. That's an interesting mechanical decision. No? Oh, but the music box is gone when the light is off. How fascinating. So do I gotta find the pink diamond box in this game state? Is it in here? I don't know if that's like on a timer before it gives me a fail state, so I'm just gonna reset the lights while I'm over here. That box is gone too. Huh. Don't let's be silly. Hello, another bobblehead. And a phone? Can't pick it up though. Okay, well, I found something optional. I know why there isn't a sprint button. Like, this game is so... This entire world I get to play in is so small that a sprint button isn't really necessary. But it would be nice to just be able to quickly bounce between rooms when I'm not currently under attack. Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Oppression.
A gente precisa conversar.
Ai, Matheus, nem começa. Eu vim só tomar um banho.
Você não ia bater nela, né?
O seu jeito não tá funcionando, não é de hoje.
Tá, mas bater na menina sem saber o que tá acontecendo não adianta. Até porque ela não tem culpa.
Ah, então agora a gente vai ignorar os fatos, na caruda. Graxa na mão,
Calma.
círculo de magia no chão, rapariga com a boca na botija, quer mais o quê?
Aconteceram algumas coisas enquanto você tava fora. Deixa eu te explicar. Eu também tô vendo o quadro no final do corredor. A Clara não tava brincando.
Isso começou quando?
Anteontem, logo que você saiu pro plantão.
Olha, eu realmente não tô com cabeça pra isso.
Eu sei.
Eu já tô atrasada.
Tenta me acompanhar. Onde eu tava quando você entrou no banheiro?
No quarto dela, eu acho.
Se eu tava no quarto com ela, então me explica como ela tava no banheiro com você. Como ela tava em 2 lugares ao mesmo tempo? Não tem cabimento. Quando eu escutei você gritar, eu olhei pra trás, a Clara não tava mais na cama.
Eu lembro muito bem de você me dizer que
Ah.
eram inofensivas.
Eu
Só
sei,
um
mas
passatempo, tipo horóscopo.
eu tava errado. Olha o estado que a Clara tava. Vai me dizer que aquilo é normal?
Matheus, você jura que isso não tem nada a ver com um divórcio?
Quê?
Me parece um momento muito suspeito e conveniente para estar errado.
Mariana.
Principalmente quando os documentos do divórcio estão na sua mesa.
Tá achando que é alguma estratégia pra te fazer desistir?
Você nunca concordou para começo de conversa, muito menos a Clara.
Meu Deus, Mariana, essa coisa tá tentando machucar a nossa filha. A gente precisa de ajuda. Eu preciso da sua ajuda.
Tá. O negócio é o seguinte. Eu realmente concordo que vocês precisam de ajuda. Ajuda médica. Podem parar com essa palhaçada. Isso que vocês estão tentando não vai funcionar. O divórcio é real, Matheus.
Yeah. Honestly, that reads. Will you turn that shit off? I hate this show. I said I want to watch Bluey. Do it again. Do it a fucking again. Oh my god. What now, huh? Huh? Well, at least you got the key warm for me. Ooh. I like your poster, Clara. This is someone I would vivisect. Anime. Is that supposed to be like supernatural? Girly Pop was absolutely on Tumblr. God. Okay, okay. Now remember, we're the father. Is that Metal Gear? Is that what that is? Hell yeah. Remember, we're playing as, or at least, or the father, we should say. I don't know if we're playing as. Is a historian, and so this is very much you brought some artifact home shit, which is a lot. I think I'm a lot more in line with than you're in hell and you killed your family stories. I'm warming up to this game a lot. Here's that symbol again. Drum roll, please. Let's see if they stole the name of a demon for their OC. Okay, we're missing a research scrap, actually, before we can read this. Don't stop the drum roll, just keep drum rolling while I find this remaining scrap. Oh, there it is. I'm so good at the video game. Password, Archangels, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Unsolved cases, woman sensitive? 1943, 1970, 1997. Diana suicide, Carmen suicide, me? I don't know. Isolated victim, apparitions, and strange symbol. Who is the Marquese of Serpents? Nemesis, the spear angel. Okay, okay. So they're doing a dark angel kind of a situation. At least they made up their own OC. Or maybe the Marquise of Serpents, because like there's a certain like angle of demonology that's like every demon has a counteracting angel. So maybe the spear archangel is the one that is against the Marquis of Serpents. Could be either. Okay. So machinist Gabriel Raphael. Fire, wind, water. Sure. Well, the spear angel, Michael is shown with a sword pretty often. But also I've known him to be depicted with a spear. I think they've mentioned Gabriel elsewhere though. So I still don't know where there's a thing to punch in 3 letters. But when that happens, we'll hit a GBR on it and see if that does it. Chiquita. Chiquita. Leave the lights on, please. Cabrona. Mix of Valats, Larai, and Citri. Do you think it notably looks like a specific one of those? Apparently an album by a Portuguese black metal band. Oh, that shreds. Is it good? I hope it's good. I hope it melts face. Oh, there's my keypad 9. I haven't listened yet. We should listen together, Aspen. Let's see if it melts absolute face. Okay, so here's the problem. How number go to letter? $43, $70, $97. Okay, that's every something number of years. Hold on. Every 27 years? Yeah, every 27 years. Valets I know as the nun was the nun in the Nun movies, I'm pretty sure. Larai is a disease spreader and Citri's sex associated, which could have the victims seen to be female. Yeah, it could be any one of these, huh? Fire, wind, water. No, nowhere else in the game has it mentioned the rhythm of this, but the like between 1943, 1970, and 1997, that's every 27 years. Could be a demon that's not in the Goetia. True. Could be the Dictionary Infernal. But I think if they had the epithet Marquis of Serpents, you would find that before you find a metal band. Here's the thing. The nemesis of this one is allegedly the Spear Archangel. So I think the proper way to search if this is a real demon they're actually using is look at which archangels are depicted as using a spear and see if they are antithetical to any devils. And then check among those those results who could have that symbol as their name. Find the canceling frequency. So right, yeah, exactly. Okay, if I phone again, can I turn the lights off? No? Okay. That's not a mechanic I can play with anymore. You're not allowed to experiment in the video game. Okay, so it really wants me to be thinking about this password, I guess. Ad break. See you in a bit. And welcome back in. We're trying to find out a goddamn password right now. And I'm thinking maybe it's the birthday, right? Maybe it's... Let's see. What if it's 10-9, right? Oh, it's 4 digits. It's 4 digits. Okay, 4 digits. That makes this easier. So... it's 100% Valatz's sigil rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Banger! Well done, Temper. So let's try 1997. That explains why it was so unfamiliar to me, because I'm so used to seeing it oriented correctly. I'm glad people in your chat know demonology. Yeah, demonology is something Temper and I like to look into at times. Well, we got... Was that it? Just another cross? No wonder you used a stupid, useless password for it. Am I gonna get nun blasted? Hmm. I'm looking up at the OBS right now to see if I'm missing a space. It's just that one, right? Yeah, so... I just got across. Interesting. It almost looks like it's not in my inventory right now. Did I not pick it up? Pretty sure I picked it up. I hope I did not just have a glitched interaction, because I don't know how this game saves progress, if at all. It was a golden cross that I picked up, right? I'm not wilding. I am not wilding. Weirdly dark wall. Because it's just not in my inventory right now, and I could have sworn the other ones were in my inventory. Or did I even put it up and not even realize? Beveled shape. Elaborated tips. Okay, I'm gonna go back to main menu and then see if I can't continue. Oh, shit. Okay, cool. So if this crashes at all, or otherwise, wow. It even got rid of my settings. Wow, video game. All right, well, we can speedrun. We can speedrun to where we were, and then when it comes to the time to open that up. I made Furfur and the Riot OCs for a comic anthology years ago. Oh, I love that. Okay. Right. So, how did this start? How did this whole thing start? Open this up, take that. Parents' bedroom key, makes sense, yeah. Give me that scrap, okay. We're gonna be open that for a minute. Give me that cross. Yeah, crosses should enter my inventory, so I feel like that was a glitched interaction. I'm gonna get all the way through this game and it better work this time. Notice that I can do that, okay. Cross up. Geez, there were a lot of things I grabbed that were like collectibles and shit too. Angel Shoto with Ghost Shock wings. What the fuck? The nun riding a dragon. He can locate hidden treasure and also snakes. There's a lot of snakes. Not as much as like ancient Egyptian Duat snakes, but there's a lot of snakes. Just grab C. Okay, yeah. So that's the diamond box. I just didn't even see it when I was. Keypad 1. We're gonna get radioed? No? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Do I gotta wait for it? Do I gotta wait for it or no? Okay. Next thing that happens is I open this up. Okay, cool. They're being nice and they're just giving it to me. Right. Okay. Believe. Hold on. I got keypads and research scraps. I don't have any key items yet. Okay, now we have an interaction here. We turn on the light. And there's something I can grab. What is it? What is it? What is it? Because I don't have the key. Right, okay, I'm just allowed to leave, right? But I need an item. I believe. There you are, girly. I need like a portrait to fall over, I believe. Oh, the sad boy face. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Fine. There we go. Okay. In here, sad boy face. Give me that. Is that it? Was that all that was in here? Right. Is that still the... Okay, nothing changed. I gotta make sure I'm like interacting with things in case in case it needs me to hit an invisible flag that isn't necessarily like item progression. Come on, we're speedrunning, right? I should know the route by now. I played through it naturally once while just unraveling. I should be able to memorize what I was doing. Gotta get rid of the sad boy faces. There we go. So it looks like the sad boy faces are important. Gotta get rid of those. Okay. Crouch. There's our music box key. gonna turn the lights out. Not yet? Oh, she walks into the bedroom. I'm sorry, I didn't watch your whole spiel. We put that in. Yes, closet, I understand. Put that key in. Fine. No sad boys allowed. No crying in baseball. No crying in horror game, none baseball. Wondering if I could have gotten that key before. Okay, right, left. Recording.
Ô filha, o pai pediu pizza. Pega um pedaço, vai. Já tem dias que você não tá comendo direito.
Come on, how speedrun friendly is this?
Tornar com comida, pai.
Oh, I can skip it with R. That's so nice. How polite. Hold on. Do we got blood yet? We do not have blood yet. It's like they knew. All right. No nun TV. Do I need to like be away for the phone to drop a oh, here we go. Got it. Got it. Door's gonna slam. Yeah, open it. Open it. Open it. Come on. Come on. Come on, girly. Let me out. Girly. Mm-hmm. I think the phone's supposed to fall off the hook now. Oh, we got the cross. Wow, we did a lot. We're gonna walk back down this way. Symbol of Valets. Can't go in there, obviously. And here we're all theoretically clear. I've only got research scraps and nothing else. Oh, looks like all my figurines I've collected are... they remain collected. That's good. Well, we're gonna get more Nun TV? Ooh, Dove in a dark room. It's, yeah. Come on. I know there's a bit where the TV flickers. I know there's like, oh, Inferno. We gotta do Inferno now. Oh, I thought that was a cool detail I missed, but no, it's the same thing. All right, spooky door, love it. Ah! Okay, the phone falls down, and we gotta... I forget what we do in the dark. I forget what we do in the shadows. I will hydrate. No, I can pause. I forgot I can pause the game. I'll hydrate now. Wah. Key in the bedroom. You're right. You like this show, What We Do in the Shadows? I've seen clips. I've seen little bits. It's a fine show. The rhythm by which it presents itself is not captivating to me. I find it not truly to my taste to watch. I prefer a different energy, but it is quite charming and many bits are funny. Okay, pink diamond key. Voice recorder. Oppression, which we can skip. Oh, give me that cross. Forgot about that. Okay, and then Gurley's gonna jump scare us. Right? Oh no. I think we missed them. Stop it. One more time. Stop it. And then the microwave. Yep. Nice, fresh, warm key to the daughter's bedroom. Okay, we're back where we were, gang. Research scrap D. Interesting how the research scraps are in different positions now. The numbers are all the same. I wonder if they're randomized or if they just move to different, faster spots. Okay. And one thing I want to make sure, because I still need... Oh. Hey! This is new to us. Okay, are you a machinist? No? Are you... a gunblade user? No. How come micros in video games sound more real than anything else? Cheap soundbite. Are you a Rafflesia? Oh, okay. Am I supposed to be hitting enter somehow? It's... See, Gabriel's underlined. I should try GBR. G, B, R. Yet another cross. I'm still looking for little keypad pieces, though. Oh, here's one. Okay, elaborated cross can go there. I wish Dev microwave me, but I got the broiler. That's right. Clearly you are in the air fryer. Okay, here we go. This is the moment of truth, right? I put in the code, 1997. Okay. There is a cross in here. You see it? If I take it, will it enter my inventory? This time it did. I think we did get glitched last time. There we go. I think these positions weren't even here before. Do you think the game's fucking with me? The game's... Hold on, do you think the game might be fucking with me? Yeah. Hold on, are we getting a Kitty Horror Show's Anatomy moment where it's making you do restarts and changing things a little bit in order to just fuck with you and reveal more? Right now it could go either way. But if it makes me restart again and things get drastically different, then we might be playing an anatomy type game. Okay, so once again, we're dead-ended. We're dead-ended with regard to progression. But, that usually just means we have to wait for a scare to occur. What do you have for me, girly? I gotta remember I don't have to hold crouch in this game. It's a toggle. Hey, I'm gonna say something bold and controversial. If crouch is on control, it should be a hold, and if crouch is on C, it should be a toggle. Very specific gaming opinion. Is that a sad boy face? Here? No, okay. Hard agree. Thank you for being on my side, JC. Unlike someone. I don't know who. But someone out there doesn't agree with me and they're stupid and wrong. And the game design should dictate whether crouch is on C or control. Yeah, exactly. I think a big one is, for me, I think games that are very stealth focused and like crouching and stealth are the same thing, I think it should be on control and it shouldn't be a toggle. Right? Because you need to very quickly alternate, but if it's a very good stealth game, being in sneak mode should be something that is a tool in the kit and not something that you have on by default. So you should be able to very quickly and rapidly get in and out of it. Well, all right. Plastic blue invitations in my room. So curious. Let's look back here. We've opened both of these. I can't turn the page. You guys can't see it, but Temper is calling me out privately. Temper, just so you know what's going on, I can see notifs on my phone because it's tracking my face for VTube Studio, but I don't see them on my computer, so it's just whatever shows up in a little notif. I need to find out, like, what's next? What's next? Give me some fucking direction, video game. black tongues speak faster than the death of light. Listen, I know there's dead wife in the fridge, and I know there's dead daughter outside on the ground. I know the lore. What if you made crouch V? I would... See, that's interesting, because like where my hand rests, I can reach V with my thumb pretty easily from the spacebar. But then I would be hitting the spacebar. Oh, there's something in here. There's something in here? I couldn't even see that. It's so fucking dark. All right, well now I'm short one cross, and I'm wondering if I could just need to go find another cross. Hold on. Chat, tell me, because I just can't see very well. Is there anything else in this drawer? Something small? No? Personally, I think crouch being V is would have to be a toggle, because if it's not a toggle, you want to hit it with your thumb, and you'd be hitting spacebar a lot, and spacebar usually has a different functionality. Yeah, let's just keep cross hunting, huh? Let me know if I'm missing anything pretty obvious, because again, the screen that I play on is darker than what OBS gets directly from the game. Oh, right there. Look at that. Look at that. Haha. Oh? Ah. St. Peter is here. Oh no. Whew. Might have put me in here.
Alô, Clara? Graças a Deus. Presta atenção. Você e seus pais precisam sair do apartamento aí agora. Vocês estão correndo sério perigo. Eu sei que tá tarde, mas faz o que eu tô te pedindo, por favor. O símbolo que você viu no banheiro, ele é um nome. É o nome de um demônio poderoso.
Yeah.
Olha, e você ter visto esse nome significa que você é o alvo da possessão dele. Não. Eu cometi um erro. Escuta. Tudo que a gente planejou até agora foi por água abaixo. Nós caímos na armadilha desse demônio quando achamos que os crucifixos e os símbolos religiosos estavam suprimindo seu poder. Mas estamos lidando com um dos demônios maiores. Ele está nos manipulando para parecer que estamos no controle da situação. Quanto antes vocês saírem daí, mais tempo teremos para lidar com esse demônio. Presta atenção. Vão para a igreja da praça aí perto. Ela é pequena, mas as cruzes são feitas de um material específico que vai ajudar a manter a presença demoníaca afastada até eu chegar aí com a ajuda. Eu encontro vocês lá em 10 minutos, tá bom?
Cool. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in seeing what Valats is up to. What's that cute little boy up to? Turns your cross over to make it into a St. Peter's cross, but you don't know that it's still a Christian symbol until you piss yourself. Hey, that was good. Hey, that was really good, just having her fade like that. That was tight as fuck. All right, well, the game wants me to go try to turn the lights on again. Can't do that. Hold on. I heard a door open? Hi, Chiquita. Don't roll credits on me right now. Don't roll credits on me right now. What was bro choking on? That nun cock, dude. This is a nice track, but I'm worried we're... Fuck you. That's not... That was hardly anything. It was just getting good. Ah!
Sabe o que é engraçado? Você só percebe que estava dormindo quando acorda. Não importa o quão louca a situação fique, nem quão gritante todos os sinais,
Ok.
falhas sejam, aquela é sua realidade, irrefutável. A ironia é que tudo isso parece com um sonho. Tem a sensação de um sonho. As inconsistências são muito particulares de um sonho. Mas você está acordado esse tempo todo. Eu queria poder te dizer quem ou o que fica te trazendo de volta. Mas eu mesmo teria que saber para te dizer isso. O que dá para te dizer é que seria muito mais fácil para você se tudo não passasse de um sonho ruim. E que a mamãe tá vindo para te dizer que tá tudo bem. Só tem um problema.
Okay. You know what? This game's got some chops. That was a good fake out. I was ready to get actually kind of livid about how short this was. Balas is playing some fun little games. We're putting some sauce on it. We're putting a little mustard on it, baby. Hey, look, green box. Green box, motherfucker. Picture's back up. The crosses are gone, but we got a new box. Okay, okay. So it looks like we're in another loop of the game, because that exact same shit happened. But we got a new box now, so shit's gonna go different. I'll see you guys in a bit. An ad break is starting. And welcome back in. We've gotten ourselves to a nunnery this time, boys. Is the picture still here? Yes, it is. Okay. We can get in here. Closet's open. Okay, so this is a lot different than our first loop. Hey, you see a face in there? Another painting. And the bathroom key. This game's playing games with us, gang. I like this painting. Dove, are you scared of the dark? Nuh-uh. You're scared of the dark. I love the dark. Ah, sad boy face. Ooh. No, I love the dark. When I go bathe or shower, I will turn off the lights and just let the darkness consume me. It's meditative. I like to feel the little creatures in the dark nip and bite. Oh, is that a fail state? Did I just hit a fail state? It was cool that I saw her eyes in the dark. I thought that was pretty banger. Okay, does it wake me up in this loop again? Yes, it does. Okay. Get rid of the sad boy face. The little handprints. Yeah, it's cute. Okay. We'll figure out... We'll figure out how the game works. We will. Maybe there's some stinky sad boy faces around that I just need to be eliminating. Uh-huh. Some miserable, sopping wet boy faces. Stop. Stop! She's so mad. I feel when no more popped corn. Okay, music box key again. Will it be in the... Not really sure what I'm meant to be doing here. Okay, okay, interesting. So what am I meant to do if she spawns in like that? She gonna do it again? Oh, got the wiggles. Yeah, she was kind of wigging. Wrong. Right, yeah, okay, here we go. Give me that. Give me that. All right. Misery boy faces. That's what I forgot that's what we're even looking for. Get out of here. So there was one in here. I'm keeping my head down because I think looking up. causes issues. Now there was one in here. Do it again. Do it again. Doing the version walk for your own safety. So real. So I'm just gonna see what happens. This feels like I should be able to turn the lights back on. Yeah, okay. Interesting moment. I see her. I see her. You see that shit, right? I wonder. We're gonna do some testing, gang. You see her, right? You see Girly pop up there? We're gonna do a little test. Do a little experiment, okay? Okay. She does not like it when I back it up fierce and sexy style. She does not like it. Okay. Oh, she's also pretty fucking slow. Oh, but she has a pretty big impact radius. Okay. What am I meant to do? Or you just avert your gaze from the monsters and they never attack you. Oh, man. You know what, actually? That might be worth testing for. Like, if we're not looking at her, can she get us? Even, like she'll aggro, but if we run up on her, if we just twerk up into her, will anything occur? We are here to eliminate misery boys. Do it again. Come on. Chingado cabrón, come on. There you go. You always gotta wait till it's the most annoying thing you could possibly do. Okay. We want this item. Right now I'm on the border of intrigue and annoyance. I feel like this could get really annoying. Oh, hello. It's one of these. We can turn the lights off. We gotta turn the lights off if the lights are on. Okay, so we gotta not look at the portrait, I think. That's not it. Oh, this one opened. Cool. Bunny! There was a bunny! This is locked again. Not Michael. It's Gabriel again. There's bedroom key. Well, we're already in here. Oh, we need to get out with the key. No music box moment occurring. I was expecting it over here. Can you tell when I'm looking up at the stream screen so I just making sure I'm not missing anything in the dark? Phone's still off the hook. All I have is the turnkey. I guess I gotta go back in the dark? Whoa, circle? What's up with circle? Oh, ah. What's the point of this? Unless it's got to be in the dark. Circle not there. Circle not there. Now, at this point, if I end up getting a fail state and putting me back at the start, it's going to get really irritating. Because I'm trying to puzzle things out right now. What even is this? Let's see. Yeah, this is made up. Yeah, that shit's way made up. What game are you playing? Alright, I'm gonna return to these rooms in the dark. Okay, a door is opening. It's this one. Can't enter this one. We're not bunnied anymore. No bunny. Nice collectible. We needed to complete the symbol.
A tragédia aconteceu na meia-noite de quarta-feira. A esposa havia chegado tarde do trabalho e estava visivelmente irritada. Segundo testemunhas, uma discussão fervorosa entre pai e mãe aconteceu minutos antes do assassinato brutal. Os passos da vítima lutando pela sua vida eram acompanhados pelos gritos do pai, repetidamente a chamando pelo primeiro nome. A única filha do casal interviu na altercação e acabou pagando um preço muito caro. Relatórios sugerem que antes de atirar a própria filha pela janela da sala, o pai quebrou os braços e pernas da esposa. Antes que ela sequer pudesse gritar de dor, estrangulou o seu pescoço. O corpo da mulher foi encontrado ainda naquela noite, dentro do refrigerador da cozinha. A filha morreu no momento do impacto e o estado do corpo sugere que o pai a tranquilizou, alegando que tudo não passava de um jogo. Enquanto estava com a guarda baixa, foi empurrada de surpresa para o seu fim. Relatos de vizinhos ressaltam que a relação entre os membros da família não era boa. Era cotidiana a rotina de discussões que frequentemente acabavam em brigas. A filha era introvertida e não conversava muito na escola. Nos seus pertences pessoais, a polícia alega ter encontrado materiais que sugerem interesses macabros. Outra família em uma cidade vizinha teve um fim trágico no mês passado. Um homem teria utilizado uma arma de fogo para assassinar sua esposa e os 2 filhos mais novos. Em ambos os crimes, os autores eram pais. A polícia afirma que não há relação entre essa onda de casos, mas que há a possibilidade de existir conexão com
I'm wondering, I don't remember the specifics, but I'm wondering if the other case being mentioned in that radio program is like a wink and a nudge towards Silent Hill PT. I don't remember if there were 2 dead kids in that one. I have the parents' bedroom key, which is interesting because I'm in the parents' bedroom right now. I don't really need the key. Puzzles and shit. Umbrellas and blimps and shit. Oh, I've got the key. I gotta go in the dark. Because it's locked in the dark. Here it is, baby. That door slammed, I don't even care. Hey, there we go. Umbrellas and blimps and shit. Tringle key. A phone? 2017, what a time. Okay, so this is Victor's phone, and he knows the pin. We are Victor. Your eyes are lying. We're in hell the whole time? Our eyes are lying? We don't have time to spare. Can't keep bringing you back for much longer. Wait for midnight. The door opens in the shadows. Okay, that's the spooky door. Gang, so far I'm having fun. And this is an alright time. Okay, we're in a new loop. New loop, new bitches. Second life, second chances. Oh, it's midnight, cool. Here we go. Hey, yo! Hey, it's Silent Hill PT. Did you notice? You see how we exited the apartment and entered the apartment again? It's like the thing I know. And that makes it good. We finally made it to Brazil. This is evocative imagery. What's all this then? Oh shit! Anshin, hello! Happy Friday the 13th. We're playing a little spooky horror game about a demon and a nun. Gang, check out this cool mechanic. If I turn on the flashlight, we switch into dark world. This is a cool little move. Well, then here's the question. Here's the most important question, right? There's no bed here if I go into this mode. If I walk into the space and turn up. Okay, it pushes me aside. I can't clip my knees into the mattress. Because this video game hates fun. This is fun. I'm wondering if the nun is coming at me. If I flick the flashlight, I'll just like warp away, or if she persists across both. Let's find out. Hey, girly. Chiquita? Okay, when she goes kill mode, I'm just screwed, so. I guess not? Hold on. Where are you? $226. Remember that. Remember that. I had to look through the peephole about it. Okay, now let's look at this. I'm seeing a circle and a 7-pointed star in a septagon in a ring. This imagery is really familiar. This is not the seal of Metatron. What is this? Come on, Dove, you know this. We got names in Hebrew. Like this is certainly this reads Kabbalah to me. 223, remember that. Isn't Metatron from Transformers? You're thinking of Megatron. $226. Okay, it says 226 either way. Hey, I was thinking about redecorating. I like my little stand right here, but what if it was a little to the left? You know, I don't like it. Put it back. Yeah. Nearer, my to thee. Want the key. Spare bedroom key. 9 something something. Hello. So if I can find the second digit there, I can figure that one out. Oh, we're still collecting crosses in 2025? Bathroom key, thank you. Wonder what that slam was. Oh. Okay. Idiot. Idiot. She tried to get my ass. I already forgot what I picked up in the other room. Doesn't seem to be working. Ariana, we're really in it now. Whoa! Did you see that? That was a whole scoobert doobert over there. That was an entire goobly. I get it. There is a creature in each realm who will harass and harangue me. I can't realm swap right now. Ain't that fucked? I hope I'm behaving properly. I hope this is what the game expects me to be doing whenever I'm getting rumbled. Would be nice to know. A creature feature featuring the creature? It would be nice. Oh, hey. Nice collectible. Nice monkey collectible. Alright, well. What am I meant to do here, gang? Can't leave, can't mode switch. Still can't open my own damn shower. Oh? Yeah, okay, I had to check. I had to let the character know that there is something behind the mirror. Okay, we have that. There's something solid here. I can't get through. It's like not letting me go this way. Oh, I have to look up. Hi. Don't kill state me now. This would be so fucking undramatic. Okay, cool. Let's all take a minute. He looked kind of scrunkly. He was kind of hot. He was doing that cool thing that the lipstick face demon did in, what's he from? That Darth Maul looking motherfucker. That movie that's not very good, but has like a few golden moments. Has a lot of sequels. Insidious. Thank you, Temper. Thank you. Oh, she's like, don't talk about better horror media. She said, fucking stop. Okay. Eight. Oh, well, now we can solve it. It's 9-8 something. But the keypad won't turn on still, so. Oh. A cat boy. Oh, an ad break starting. See you guys in a bit. And welcome back in. Okay. So, I've already forgotten some key numbers. It's 98 something. And what was through the keyhole? 226. Oh. Oh. I hear squidgy noises. Hello? Oh, is it just me stepping on glass? Yeah, I don't know what finding that seal did. So many collectibles. I'm collecting crosses again, but she doesn't seem like this is something we're going to be putting up on places. Hello. Okay. So it's 98 something. Oh, no. This is a 4-digit. 0266. No. 0226. Okay. Open up all the way. Of course. Hey, is there nothing in here? Was it purely empty? Oh, God. Don't fail state me. I'm in the middle of solving things. Come on. I'll hide in the bathroom if I gotta. Duck, we're really in it now. Like, did I not see correctly, or was that safe empty? Because again, my screen is so dark. Guess I'm just gonna keep waltzing. Fuck it. Oh, it opened in here. Incomplete key. That's so mean. Starting to wonder if like her mouth is starting to open in that painting. Because we've had some kill animations before where she opened her whole head up the Thing style. Oh. Hold on. Girly, please. I am trying to solve your filthy little puzzles, Girly Pop. Oh, the hottie's in here. I'm not trying to be where the hottie is right now. Guess I'll go over here. That'll be pretty tight, right? If not, I'm cornered. If not, I'm fucked. Wake up in the morning, eat 2 bowls of cereal. I don't know why I just went there. Why'd I just go to, what is that, Brawl Stars? Fine, I'll close the... Listen, the sound design is nice. The sound design is fine. Was there something in here? Hello. Entrance key. I can use that. Just creeping along. Who knows, man? Oh, it just stopped? I'm missing something here. It's incomplete. Alright, that's gone, obviously. Okay. What I have crosses, the entrance key, and the incomplete key. Entrance key, however, I can use here, right? No, I cannot. Why would I be able to do that? The entrance key surely can't be used on the entrance door. Fine. Oh, hey? Open the menu while above the stars. Hello? Okay. Hello. Hello. Banishment ritual, temporary measure against demons, must be visually exposed to and in proximity to the circle. To the left was Gabriel, and to the right was Raphael. Crush the demons, back to the pit. The way you are unfazed by the little jump scares. I'm funny like that. I am what they call a certified hard ass. Still missing a little key. Okay, hold on. So let's make sure I understand this. Temporary. Must be visually exposed in proximity to the circle. Got it. I almost feel like these are pages, but I don't know how to... Yeah, okay. There was a scare earlier that fucking got me. It was pretty funny, though. Okay, so that dude just kind of blasts in, but does he even, like, exist? Wake up in the morning, eat 2 bowls of cereal. Is there something in here? Hello. 5. Well, now I know the code for whatever it is will be 985, but I'm still missing a part of a key. So what does it fucking matter? Okay, I'm about to get nunned again. She's gonna be like, none your business! Most devastating line in Avatar, The Last Airbender. Yeah, we knew all about the stars. We've done that. We've been very cool about that. Oh, there's a cross right there. Close the distance. No, okay. Fine. Hold on. A little curious now if I'm meant to be a little more proactive about my puzzlery here. that something? No, it's just schmutz. This place is just kind of dirty. Okay, remember I walked toward the door and was fine. Is this like a ward? Okay, so here's my thought process. Am I still above the stars? No, so it's only in the other world. Is there somewhere I can project this onto? Because I'm short a key and something to plug these numbers into. What, 985? This is like a point-and-click puzzle game. But every now and then you just get harangued by a beast of some variety. I've got 2 crosses and they don't... And neither of them go in the bathroom. Maybe a different room will take them. Ever considered that, Dove? Also, I gotta remember to keep my eye out for sad boy faces. Faces of sad boys. Who knows, they could be around. Yeah, like that, Unshin. Sad boy faces. Alright. Whenever I cross a... So this bathroom actually has some issues in it, right? Whenever I waltz up in here, she forces me into this world. What if I show up in this world and then get out? No? Okay, she's just like, get out of the fucking bathroom, idiot. Fine, I will. Ah! Well, I've moved on to water, Aaron, so hope you're happy. I've had all my coffee, and so your hydrates are going towards water. Oh, all right. Like, I don't have a... I'm missing something here. Yeah, half of a key. Let's investigate this space a little more, huh? Huh? Interesting that there's a bed here. We already opened this drawer. Did you guys see that hottie prowling behind me? That was good. That was a good little moment. I'm so curious if, like... So... The nun really doesn't want me in the bathroom. She does not want me in there. She does not want me in the restroom in this plane of reality. And it's got me wondering if, like... Oh, God. She doesn't want me anywhere, honestly. She doesn't want me in this damn house. Ah! Hi, Kobold. Thanks to you, I have to go get a water refill, so... People digest what's happening here. Okay, okay. I don't remember if I muted. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Yeah, so Chiquita gets mad when we show up in here. And I'm wondering if there's something I need to grab really fast. Uh-huh. We're supposed to throw crosses down, apparently. Do the crosses do anything? Not really. So I can place crosses down in this room, though. So let's be on the lookout for more crosses, I think. I think that'll be a good... Hold on. To the left was Gabriel, to the right was Raphael. To the left was Gabriel, to the right was Raphael. Hold on a minute. To the left was wind, to the right was water. Like that would be fire. No, you're thinking too complicated, Dove. Just be looking for crosses or something. I guess we're looking in this realm for a minute. Even if it's true, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Even if it's true, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've got nothing to lose but time, nothing to change my mind. And now that the thrill is gone, something just don't feel quite right. Even if it's true, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I mean, listen. The demons. I figured out their mechanics. I think. So, why stress? Just sort of sing while I look around this joint for any sort of cross or other means of progressing the game. Hold on. Was this always here? Garon. Okay. How long was that here? I need Girly Pop to let me hang. Winged key. Ooh. She's like, no opening a box. Okay, winged key is not it. Hey, there's another cross. Okay, okay. I think I'm short one cross. Maybe not. Maybe that's the last cross I needed for the bathroom. Okay. So let's open. Let's look inside. It's that one, right? So I'm gonna world swap, walk forward, world swap. There we go. All right, girly. Then go back here. We've got this. We've at least got a way to interact with the world consistently. Incomplete key, entrance key, and winged key. None of which work for this. The people we already got the code from. I don't know. See, this happens a lot in sort of psychological and survival horror games where you eventually reach a point where, like, you have a bunch of keys and no locks. Either literally or figuratively. Like, I know for a fact there's some boxes around here I can open. Ugh. That goddamn nun. Waltz my happy ass back to the store. Of the world. Never seen a nun in real life. Kind of happy about that, not gonna lie. They're, interesting individuals. One does not become a nun without consequence to the mind. Oh, hey. There's our last cross, at least. We've got progress. Fine. We'll do it your way. Nunibus. Being nonsense kind of chill, not gonna lie. That's not what it is. Chill is not what it is. Okay, about right here. Still short across, can you believe it? But this does go to show that we ought to just keep looking. Any old where. Once again, I'll keep saying this just because I feel like I'm at a disadvantage with how dark my screen is. You can see more than me, chat. If I'm missing something obvious, you will tell me. I just heard a nun noise. That was a nun bass drop. Only nuns listen to bass like that. I like the game Indica for the nun representation. Okay, we got that. I think I've only found crosses in this phase. It's nice that it consistently, I can consistently get loose of that state by going back to the entrance. Okay, I am relatively confident that there is no cross in this section of the home. Mm-hmm. I hate having to be arithmetic in a game, but sometimes that's just what it takes. Behind the pictures? Behind the mirror? No. Jesus, that was just sitting right there the whole time. Chiquita! Alright, fine. Okay, we've got all the crosses in here. And that means our food is finally done microwaving. It's a medallion, which fits into the incomplete key. And the winged key. Hey, that key was sexy as hell. Don't put the key in the microwave. How am I supposed to keep it warm, Kobold? Never mind, bro's not a hottie. He skipped leg day something fierce. Infernus Invator. Try again. Try again. We fucked up? Did we fucked up? I gotta do all this again? I gotta do all this again. I gotta do all this again. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna get faster and faster at it. And I think I needed to exit while not in flashlight mode. At least it kept my collectibles, I fucking guess. Oh yeah, they like to move things around though, in the video game. Isn't that cute? Spare bedroom key, got it. Ugh, game design, game design. Bathroom key. Yeah, heavy thump, I heard it. Nothing, okay. All right, get none, I guess. Just warp me. Just do it. Come on. No? Fine. I'll just put crosses up while I'm in here. There she is. I take that symbol now. Then I look up and there's the hottie. Got him. We have our symbol. Put that there. That isn't here yet. Okay, there's a way to interact with this. There we go. Forgetting where my remaining... Oh, Welcome back to my nunnery. I think we're, oh, okay. We're in this world now. Oh, hey! At least we got another bobblehead with all this backtracking. Valentine has come here, but now they're gone. Romeo and Juliet are together in eternity. Neither, huh? 40,000 men and women every day. There was nothing in there, right? Yeah. Okay. Fuck. That opens, but is nothing. But it will be open in this other world. Okay. I don't even remember what key we got. What the hell key is that? In the upside down. I'm stuck in the right side left. I think I'm short one cross. Yeah, I'm short one cross. Was that not it? Ah. I don't remember the code. Fine. Hydrate. Oh. We brute forced it, babe. We just need the final cross. This fucking nun, man. Alright, alright. It doesn't matter if I'm not looking at her. If I touch her, I go bye-bye. Did someone say hydrate? Ah, come on, piss boy. You're so excited to fill my bladder up. Piss boy supreme. This game is so scary. I'm so happy Brazil isn't real. There's our last cross. Okay, microwave beeps. We put our key together. It's a hot little key. The nun throws us in the other world, and that's fine. Get right to the entrance. Now, okay, so what happened was we opened this. And we immediately died. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. The moment I walked through there, it got me. Don't make me do this again, game. All right, there's one last thing I think I can, I have to attempt here. All right, so first, we're really speedrunning now, okay? We're really speedrunning now. All right, open this up. There's not a key in there this time. Of course not. That cross there. Open this up. Nothing. We know about the... I think it's the pause menu over the stars thing that we ought to concern ourselves with now. Give me that cross. Spare bedroom key. Got it. Okay. Press by your dedication to finish this. Hey, I feel like I can do it in one stream is the thing. Okay. Open that up. Take it. Click this open. Get that shifted over. Good. Give me that key. Girly Pop, let me out. One, two, three, four. Do I have all 5 crosses already? What key? Entrance key. Okay, cool. So now I think I need a horror prompt. I forgot what. Three, one, something. Walks in both worlds, right? Should be something here. I forgot how to... Right, right. Well, okay, well, we need to get in the bathroom in order to... I just think I'm missing a key. I just think I'm missing a key right now is all. Alright, you know, I was about to go into the other side anyway, so whatever. Fuck you. What's this? Oh, right, yeah. I don't need that. Here we go. Bathroom key. Oh, duh. Ah, stupid. I got it all before. That was speedrun strats. Alright, then we look at him. One. We go over here first. Get that out of here. That's not it. That's not it. All right, Dove. Right. Fuck. All right, lady. That one got me. I'm so focused on speedrunning, I'm not actually having my guard up. Okay. It's something 1-2. It's 3-1-2. My 3 key parts. She's gonna show up to frimble me again. Ooh, clip through the fucking bookshelf, why don't you? Okay, I'm gonna unlock everything. I'm not gonna walk through. Okay, something to do with this. Hey, look, there he was. You saw him, right? To the left was Gabriel, and to the right was Raphael. Crush the demons back to the pit. To the left was water, and to the right was wind. She's like, no, stay in the kitchen! Alright, if I just get close to the entrance, will this get me out of nasty boy mode? It will. We late order pizza. Is it the pizza? Is the pizza the solution? I'm just wondering, what am I meant to do now? I can get this symbol going. Only if I'm standing here. Because I know if I walk through that door, I'm gonna fucking die. Ah! Thank you for the follow, Kota. We're trying to solve an obtuse psychological horror indie game. Ain't it fun? We gotta figure this out, man. Because I feel like I've dead-ended on my items. Let me just check the notes again to make sure. This looks terrifying. I'm a piss. I'm so in though. Hell yeah. Okay. So, here's the 411. We have that ritual that we can only look at in the other world while standing on the stars in the pause menu. Fire, wind, water. To the left was Gabriel, to the right was Raphael. No, to the left was Raphael, to the right was Gabriel. Michael is not mentioned. Huh. Wind and water. Alright, fine. The nun shows up and puts us in nasty boy mode again, and we gotta get out ourselves. So far, the only actual hard fail state we've encountered is this, it's walking through that door without a plan. And I'm trying to find out what the plan is, but I feel like I'm short object interactions, you know? I feel like I'm at a dead end. Will you stop? Ugh. Okay, get close to the entrance, but don't cross the threshold just to get out of this mode. I can turn it off, but that's it. Yeah, we did that. What to do? I certainly can't open the window. Visually exposed to and in proximity to The Circle. Hit Netflix program The Circle. To the left was Gabriel, and to the right was Raphael. Rushed the demons back to the pit. See, and he shows up there. If I pause, he shows up there like that, because he's funny like that. What if I'm looking up at his hot face? Come on, flicker again. Yeah, motherfucker? I've got a ritual circle and a pause menu. Can't do shit to me. Well, he's sexy subs. He's really tall. He's really tall. Maybe I can, like... Maybe out here? Maybe... Huh. Here's the other thing about indie horror games. When you're stuck on a puzzle, you can't just look up a walkthrough, because no one's fucking done any. What if I wait until... Quick draw! Damn. I tried to wait until he showed up to do it. So I can't, like... Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna see if I can't find a guide just to find out what I'm meant to be doing here. Give me a second, gang. Because, you know, it's not good TV to see me just bang my head against this repeatedly. Blasphemia game guide. This is my, like, third run through here because it insta-kills me when I go through that door. So, I don't want to do all that again. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're almost done. Hi, hi, Anshin. I'm looking up a walkthrough. Okay, so what did this player do to not die when they walk through that door? Oh? Yeah, got the key. I'm watching a little video right now. Just the part I'm stuck on. Yeah, unlocks the door like we did. Hold on. It looks like they got the same death as us, and then they're cutting to where else they've been. Okay. Interesting. So it looks like I missed out on a very important hint in this game, which is that it's currently Pride Month. Meaning that I should be looking in the closet to make sure no gays are hiding when they should be proud of themselves. Yeah, see? Okay. I'm gonna go and make extra sure because I think it was. I need to remind myself of the orientations again of this elemental circle. Okay, so to the right was Raphael, and Raphael is the wind, which I'm not confident on. So we're gonna go check again. Gabriel's the wind. Okay, so water on the right, wind on the left. Get bound, idiot! Get bound, dumbass! Ha ha! Locked you in the closet! Straights go in the closet on Pride Month! Motherfucker! Yeah, no, that's a good time to hydrate. Oh, don't get the hiccups while on stream, Dove. Stop bullying me! I almost choked. Oh, we did it? We got out by binding the demon? Wait, was that Valak himself? That's not right. Valak is a Shoda. Oh. We did it. There were a lot of bobbleheads to find. Fuck. Oh, these are like backers. We did it. I'm not sure if I can send bones in the mail. I will receive them. I will receive your bones. In memory of Rubiya Miyako Nakashima, beloved mother and friend. Oh. Well, that's very sweet. Do you have a Discord server you can join? Yes, yes, I do. Hold on, let me pull an invite from it right now. The only request, the only rules are you got to get okay with a lot of shit really quickly, and you'll see what in the rules. That's not how we do that. Invite. Copy. Here's a link. Oh. No problem. Clicked on cellular tags. Perfect. Hey, Twitch is saying a network error occurred. So, if something goes wrong, you know what just happened. Hey, gang, we did it! This is a cute way to do credits. Yeah, perfect, perfect. I love it. Oh, I was holding that one back. Yeah, okay, so that was clearly another psychological horror PT inspired indie project. And you know what? It was fine. It was they made their nods to their inspirations, but then they advanced on that a little bit, and they gave me some fun mechanics to play with. Some of the puzzles were nice. I think there's this weakness that a lot of indie psychological horror has, where it tries so much to seize upon that surreal, dreamlike feeling that it forgets that it still needs to be a functional video game and to signal and communicate to its player when something is not possible. Right? I think a lot of horror video games forget that they are games and forget that they need to communicate to the player when the thing they're doing is at all something the game considers or is reacting to in any way. And that's tough because when you create these sort of surrealist, symbolic, puzzle-like games, your player is going to be thinking on that cerebral, dreamlike level, and is going to start doing things that don't make a lot of sense. A lot of the time in that game, I'm like, they only let me see this ritual circle when I pause my menu in this one room, and this ritual circle says, this boy to my left, this boy to my right, this element to my left, this element to the right. And logically, I'm like, so I need to be standing here looking at the ritual circle in my pause menu with the wind storm out the window to my right and the water from the sink to my left. That's how I processed a lot of that. Because I could only look at that inscription there. Whereas if I was able to take that with me, I would be less married to the idea of having to put that circle there, and that's why I didn't look for it anywhere. Because I thought I already had it. Like these small sort of like subtle communications that people accidentally put in their games really need to be scrutinized in these puzzle games. And there's also this really pervasive issue with horror games where the fear is the creature's gonna fucking get you. But when the creature fucking gets you, it's not scary anymore. Right? Because now you know what happens when the creature gets you. And the only way that they can make that tension... Oh.
A linha é segura. Com sua permissão, então, vou começar. Aqui é o agente 195612.
Hold on.
Codinome Chinei. Pronto para o relatório. No dia 7 de novembro de 2017,
It's Portuguese.
Por volta das 3 da manhã, o agente codinome Soulmaster foi teleportado no interior do apartamento 702 contra sua vontade. Exatamente, senhor.
Wait a
A gente não
minute.
tem dúvidas de que a entidade foi quem causou esse fenômeno. Então, não podemos confirmar, mas não há nenhuma razão plausível para não acreditarmos nele. Às 4h17 do mesmo dia, o agente saiu do interior do apartamento após conter
Uh-huh.
temporariamente a entidade, visando um ritual de banimento localizado no closet, e foi instalado antes da contenção, há 5 anos. Sim, sim, ele está sendo observado. Os exames comprovam que fisicamente a saúde do agente está perfeita, mas há vestígios de contato sobrenatural. O protocolo padrão não foi utilizado porque não há evidência de que sobrenatural seja necessariamente demoníaco. Mas fique tranquilo, qualquer sinal de possessão será respondido com força letal. Pessoalmente, senhor, eu acredito que houve envolvimento da menina sim. Há
Yeah.
rastros dela por todo lado, pelo que eu pude sentir. Só que ela não parecia estar sozinha. Tem algo a mais que eu não consigo explicar. Por mais brilhante que ela fosse nessa situação, só a ajuda dela não bastaria. Eu entendo. Por enquanto, as medidas restantes parecem suficientes para manter a contenção. Mas eu devo enfatizar, senhor. Por
Don't
enquanto.
say it. Okay. 2 hours. More like 4, because we had to restart halfway through. F. 3 deaths. They're like, you fucking suck at this game, dude. Hey, gang. Recently, okay, so I'm going to tell you guys about a YouTube channel I like. His name is Manly Badass Hero. He plays a lot of games like this. He's a YouTuber. I like to, whenever I feel like I'm not going to play an indie game myself, I'll watch him play it because I like to see what's going on in the space. Hey, Manly, I like Manly. I like his smooth, dulcet tones and his refusal to overreact, and also his stupid little joke he says in every single game. I like him. Manly Badass Hero, all one word. I watched him play a game recently in which a hikikomori was being pursued by a hyakume. And it was a kind of a PT like. And it had multiple endings, and the correct ending where he gets out ended. Well, no, there was a secret room rather he found where it turns out this wasn't just a one-off haunting story. There was a secret agency and like surveillance and like, you know, like very similar to what we just experienced now, where you stumble upon like communication or correspondence about an agent looking in on this supernatural event. And these games released kind of around the same-ish time. I'm wondering if they're from the same studio. I need to remember what that game is called, because now I'm really curious if what we're looking at here is a bunch of seemingly disparate projects that are all going to connect into a cinematic universe. You know what I mean? Like, what if it's a series? What if it's a stealth series? There's like listen, it's mere conjecture. I need to, honestly, the nail in the coffin would be if it's the same devs. So let me actually open the Steam page for the devs of this game, and I'm gonna see if they hey, New Game Plus. They got New Game Plus. Some item descriptions will change. There are new examinables and hints. What? Listen, we got 20 minutes left in the stream. Let's just see how different this is. All right. So now that we know we're playing as an agent with this secret organization who was warped into here. Okay, Clara Fernandez, we know about that. We got our little bass drop because nuns like bass. Crosses. Bedroom key. This is no ordinary medallion. St. Benedict was an exorcist, and it carried this as a minor ward against demonic influence. The order underestimated this case. Actually, we were tricked. It was playing us the entire time. What? So we're part of an order that is currently engaged in heated mind games with Valats? Dare I say this has the smackings of yaoi? They told us to know this inside and out during training. Could mean the difference between life and death. Hello, nun portrait. A smack roll of yaoi. A tasty little smack roll of yaoi. This is new! The first contact of Agent Shinnei with the victim Clara Hoffman happened with an exchange of instant messages after being introduced to each other by Matthias Hoffman and the professor Fabio Cavalcante. Matthias was worried because his daughter once again started talking to people that only she could see. As a kid, Clara frequently made contact, but her gift went dormant as years passed. Contacts resumed by the end of March 2012. She described 3 women who at the time didn't seem connected, visiting her in random times of the night with no ill intent. In Clara's words, "I'm not afraid of them because they have a gentle presence." She tried many ways of communication with the women, but they would only smile, making it difficult to understand the objective behind the visits. Weeks after being monitored, the case was defined as a simple awakening, and Agent Shinnei was counseled by the director board to resume his investigations since the new evidence surfaced. Visits from a shadow, faceless, didn't manifest evil. A smoke green. The demon was getting stronger. This is so much. Now I'm picturing a little Leatherwing Shota demon imprisoned in an SCP secret facility getting experimented on. Oh, Temper, you're so smart. You're so smart. Featherwing, not Leatherwing, but that would have been cool too. They got Valats under the fucking operating table, and we're gonna syringe him in his little socks. Okay. Rafael Marcos. Autopsy report. Clara Hoffman, 15 years old, female. Okay. Laceration caused by bite. Deep cuts, traces of glass shards. Skin lesion, unknown nature. Oh, bye, Caro. Head trauma, spine damage. So we know she fell from the window. That's the glass. But there's a demon bite on her that didn't enter the autopsy report. Hey, gang. This game is starting to fuck. Okay. Start yelling? No? Yeah.
A tragédia aconteceu na meia-noite de quarta-feira. A esposa havia chegado tarde do trabalho e estava visivelmente...
Pure fart. I think this might be pure fart.
Testemunhas, uma discussão fervorosa entre pai e mãe aconteceu minutos antes do assassinato brutal. Os passos da vítima lutando pela sua vida eram acompanhados pelos gritos do pai, repetidamente a chamando pelo primeiro nome.
Just gonna be clicking around.
A filha do casal interviu na altercação e acabou pagando um preço muito caro. Relatórios sugerem que antes de atirar a própria filha pela janela da sala, o pai quebrou os braços e pernas da
This all
esposa.
seems to be the same.
Antes que ela sequer pudesse gritar de dor, estrangulou o seu pescoço.
Keypad, research scraps, twin cross. I guess I'll throw the twin cross up.
Dentro do refrigerador da cozinha. A filha morreu no momento do impacto e o
Save time, you know.
sugere que o pai a tranquilizou, alegando que tudo não passava de jogo. Enquanto estava com a guarda baixa, foi empurrada de surpresa para o seu fim. Relatos de vizinhos ressaltam que...
There we go. That was the next thing I forgot. Wait, this might be new? Feelings well. Okay, no, that's more about being a historian. Got it. Now remember, this dude was a historian and he found, come on. He found some artifact of some sort where we were thinking. What was it? What do we need to fuck with right now? Right, okay. What? Oh, research scripts, C. Hi, girly. Hard to believe the girl figured it out before us. Well, it is proof she was something else. Oh, the sad boy faces are back. I forgot about this mechanic. I keep on snoozing these ads. That slams. We go back. Enter into here. Sad boy faces. Nobody knows what it's like to be a sad face on the wall. Okay, that's the picture breaking. That's right. That's right, Unchin. Hold on, that was new. Clara resorted to older technology when she figured electronic devices weren't reliable against the entity. Classic trope. Right, left. Give me that. Closet, open it up. Yeah, girly. I just closed the door on myself, come on. Let's see. Right, the cyan ace key. That's not where we were going. Where is it? It's this way, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. It's the kitchen box. Dove. Doi. Okay, he's gonna plug that in, we can skip it. Now the TV starts wigging, right? TV. Do it again. Come on. No? Oh, bathroom. Duh. Symbol of valets. Come on, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Something's stomping behind me. What happens if I look? It didn't like that I looked. Inferno time. In time for Inferno. Have to check if anything reads a new description. We're not going to get all the way through New Game Plus, but I just want to, like, see how different this gets early on. Okay, yeah, that was the spooky door. Cool. A different slam. What was this? That was the phone coming off the hook? Yes. What door was opening? Pink diamond key? Inside these stones, they stored personal memories. Didn't necessarily need to be nice. Interesting lore. The Pink Diamond Store. Hey, that wall didn't have so much rot around it, did it, beforehand? Okay, I'm gonna skip this. An ad is starting in like 7 seconds. We're gonna have it, come back and debrief, and then we'll close the stream. Okay, see you in a bit. Okay, welcome back in for our little debrief after that honestly surprisingly really good game. I think it's great that it kept going and had more secrets and lore, and I'm so excited, and I recommend everyone goes and buys Blasfemia if they can on Steam. I got it as a gift like a little bit ago, but I believe it might be on sale right now. I'm not really sure. Super fun little video game. Sorry that the ad break immediately preceded just like a debrief before the stream ended, but I kept on snoozing it to like see what it would happen next because I thought I was going to end the stream soon, and then like it showed that it had a new game plus. So I made a bad call. In summary, I made a bad call, and you will not judge me for it. Okay? I only make the best calls, even when they're bad. Yeah. So this has been a lovely stream. Happy Friday the 13th. What an auspicious and wonderful day. And I will see you all on Monday. Good morning. Let's get our raid browser open, huh? Okay, let's see who's around. Let's go right into my buddy Marky. If y'all like femboys, he's pretty vehemently one. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Stop throwing things at me while you still have a chance.